I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Alrighty, we're back. Wednesday, 11 a.m., close enough, Eastern Standard Time. We are coming back from our Easter break. Had a nice little 4 days off there. I'll adjust my camera here quick. Hold on one secundo. Over here. Oh, too much. I don't know which one I like better. Go there. All right. So anyway, how's everybody doing? How's everybody's Easter? Good time off? I needed it, that's for damn sure. Although I admittedly didn't get very far away from this game. I had my travel rig with me, and I played on my PS5 at the in-laws' place. So has anybody done any good racing? Anybody excited for anything? Is everybody miserable? What's the current? Because I will say from a like a social side of things, I have stayed a little distant. I've just played the game like off comms on PS5. Also, we have a poll going right now. When we think the next patch is coming out? This week, next week, or next month? Oil Slick, what's going on, buddy? Hope for a sooner patch. I'm in such a love-hate relationship with this game. I hear ya. I hear ya. I recommend you buying it if you're on Xbox and pad. I can't say yes to Xbox, but I can say yes to PS5. So I would say if you're on a Series X, yes. If you're on a Series S, honestly, no. I mean, unless you can tolerate a low frame rate and lower resolution graphics. Bottom line is the Xbox Series S, just in my opinion, isn't powerful enough to run new release titles that are more niche. You know, some games will be acceptable on it. A lot of games won't. We're at end of life for the cycle, and that's just the nature of it. Jammins, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. This music down here a little bit. Let's see. But as far as pad use, yeah, I mean, there might be a little bit of a getting used to it, but there is some. I've played it on pad and I can play it on pad. I'm not as fast on pad, obviously, but I'm not fast on wheel either. So, what's going on, Be Salient? Had a good long Easter break. What's going on, Lincoln? Do I have insight on the next patch? Sort of. I can't say any details, so I mean, that's my sort of answer. What's going on, Holland Bass? What's going on, DK? Mike 51 CFD. Tire model for LMP and Group C needs to be addressed. The cars are undrivable. I agree. They weren't like that. I don't know why, because Group C, for example, was like my favorite class to drive. And now they have become almost undrivable, and I don't know when that sort of... I don't want to say they're undrivable. I think that word's a bit too sensationalized, but by comparison to the tire model, the new tire model that's been sort of taking over on the cars, the Group C cars and Group 5, I haven't driven LMP in a minute, but Group C and Group 5 feel very much like GT did prior to the tire model, where the tires just didn't seem to have any grip front or rear at any real point. Even the tires at full operating temperature, full seasonal hot temperature, the cars, even in a straight line, just do not have grip. And it wasn't like that when it first came out, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Well, I'll give you a hint, Lincoln. It's one of the answers below. As of right now, 28% say this week, 48% say next week, and 24% say next month. Blessings, Jammin'. Thank you. Play Xbox. Play F125 on Xbox Series S, but it's good. I've only played it on PS5. I would say give it a shot. It's still on sale. If you can tolerate it, go for it. But for me personally, as someone who's played it on PC and PS5, graphics-wise, it is a substantially better experience on PC. And that's playing it on a PS5 Pro as well. Although I genuinely believe there is zero difference between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro visually, other than PS5 Pro might stabilize the frame rate a little bit better at times, but visually, I don't really see... realistically, it needs a resolution bump, but that will come with CPU optimizations. In other words, down the line, further patches. I can guarantee that you can compete with wheel users using gamepad. Glad to have you back at a time you can race. Not a problem, Craig. If it's this week, it's going to be in the next 2 hours. Well, I'll say if it's this week, they have today and tomorrow. If it's not, then it's next week. That's provided they'll never release a patch again on Friday, like they said, which I'll take them at their word on that one. But you have essentially today and tomorrow, and then if not, you've got Monday through Thursday next week. And then if not, so on and so forth. Thank you, Igor. Good to be back. Good to be back. I was going to stream last night, but I decided I didn't want to start up again before going to bed, so I figured I'd just wait till my day stream here to get it done. And here we are on screen 2. Also, I've changed my, for those wondering, not that you care, but for my stream ID, I have changed my handle. It now says EJR-Racing/YT. So that will be what you'll see when I put up a custom lobby, which is probably what I'm going to be doing here in a few minutes, is putting up a custom lobby. But that's what you'll be looking for. It will no longer say just EJR. If you see EJR Performance, that is my PS5 account. I will not be changing that. That is what it is. But this is what you'll be looking for here, EJR Racing/YT, for my, handle on PMR when I host. I can't host, or I shouldn't say I can't stream on my PS5 anyway. I could, but that just is going the wrong direction. Anyway. Watch your streams and was convinced to buy... Where? Volume off. Can't be having that. That's why I turned off my my audio. Gotta have my music volume. Going on, Paplock? Playing on Xbox and loving it. The MX-5 is a lot harder than it looks to me for being on the edge. Yeah, the MX-5 got really hard to drive in 2.0. Well, I believe that it's not... So, Eagles, the reason why they Thursday is... allows for a hotfix. So, like, if they release it on a Thursday, that allows them... It's not that they would never release a patch on a Friday. It's... They would release a bigger update on a Thursday, and then if they break something that they missed or something, that allows them the Friday to send out a hotfix. Whereas if it's the weekend, it can't be done. The thing that sucks about it, too, is that a big part of what holds up a lot of the... at least on the PC side, what holds up a lot of the patch updates, like, for example, PC, they could send you out a patch whenever they want. But because of Sony and Xbox or Microsoft certifications and things like that that have to happen on console that do not have to happen on PC, that heavily delays the process of sending out an update, even a hotfix. Hey, look, this is a problem. We need it. This is broken. We fixed it. Here, send this out. Well, then it has to go through the certification process, all that again, and then time goes by. Whereas, let's just say hypothetically, they release an update on PC in a PC-only space, and they find something they broke. Well, they 5 minutes later, they fix it. 5 minutes after that, they could send you an update to fix it. But because of the certification process on console, things take a lot longer, Let's get the raw bowling. Let me check out ranked. Let me see what the races are in ranked, because at some point... Oh, we're going to crash. Yep, knew it. I think that's fixed this next update, by the way. That's a PC-specific one. For all you PC players out there, that is a PC-specific crash. Only happens going into ranked. Get a nice quality crash to desktop. And it's random. So we'll try one more time to see ranked, and then if it does it again, then we'll just go right to customs. But that particular bug right there, from my understanding, is PC specific. But I do believe that... I could be wrong, but I do believe that may be addressed in the next update. That doesn't happen anymore. Alright. People say this game takes forever to load. I don't know where that comes from. Because this is one of the few games that, if it does crash, I'm like, oh, that sucks, but I'll get right back in the game and play it. Alright, we're back. So, 964 Sebring. Okay, GTE Lexington. Bad, not bad. Yo, Lexington, that'll be a fun one. GT3, sure. I mean, technically that'll be a fun one that people like, but I'm... Now that the oh, here we go. We're on Takamiya. Nice. I'm glad we're not on GP anymore. NGT Mosport, that's going to be a fun one. Yeah, so looking at these here, my two races that I'm going to want to do in ranked are going to be... These are probably going to be the main classes that I actually like try and push somewhat of a ranking out of, is the GT500 Evos and the NGTs. Surprised there's no GT500 standards, the older ones, on here. You'd think they'd be pushing the newest cars the hardest. Anyway. I could DK. I could potentially do that. Is it 90 pounds? One worth it? I would think so. I mean, I think so, V6, but again, you know, I get called a yes man sometimes for the game, but I very much enjoy this game. So regardless of what people think I'm trying to tell them, I don't tell people to do things that I wouldn't do. Me personally, I've bought this game at full price on PS5 with all the DLC and on PC. I don't have Xbox to do it, so I'd probably buy it on Xbox too. Although, I don't think there's any point in having both these days. Nice warm-up track, right? Do we want to do one class or multi-class? We're going to turn off damage for now until we warm up, see how people are driving, things like that. Very nice, Igor. Very nice. You think it's a problem with HDD users and SSD users? It could be. It could be. Although a standard 2.5-inch SSD shouldn't really slow the game down. I don't know if this game has any... I don't think it does. Has any direct storage style loading. I guess I could ask the devs that and see if it does. But if it doesn't have direct storage, then there's not a whole lot of, like, time difference between, like, an NVMe SSD and your standard SATA SSD. But if it has direct storage, absolutely will be. HDD, on the other hand, 100%. It's 2026. If you're on computer, you should not have a hard drive anymore as either Windows or video game storage. Do not do it. Mass storage, sure. Anything you want quick access to? Absolutely not. Do not use one. Let's see. Do all the GT500s for now. Start there. All right, lobby's up. Craig, I'm not entirely sure how the financial situation goes with like updates and paying like Xbox and things like that. I don't know. But I do know there is a long certification process that usually takes about a 24 hours span. So, imagine you release an update and something makes it through the that they didn't see, and like some random thing breaks. That takes 5 minutes to fix, and they fix it in 5 minutes. Now they got to wait all that time for the certification process because they can't. The thing is they could push the update to PC users, but they're on a everybody or nothing's type updating system right now. I'm hoping in the future. I don't know if it's going to be able to or not. I don't know if it's on them, but if the crossplay will be able to see things more. Because like when I was playing on PS5, I was able to see like Jester's name instead of just the number. You'll always have the same number, which is nice. I think anyway. I haven't seen the number deviate, though. Maybe don't quote me on that one. Must have not played GTA. Yeah. Number is locked to the serial code of the game. Well, then that answers that then. Oh, also, too, if you're a Logitech and you have an RS50 or one of the RS bases, or hubs, I mean, and you are looking forward to the Formula wheel they unveiled at their last expo, I believe in September, showcasing some of their new kits. If you go on their website, it says coming soon for the Formula wheel. But if you go on Best Buy's website, you can just buy it. I noticed that. I bought it last week. Here it is. This is the Formula wheel on their hub. So, I like it. I like it. So if you are an RS user or a Logitech DD user and you have their hub that can put different rims on it, the Formula rim, can buy at Best Buy. But not from Logitech directly. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. But a lot of race cars I need a Formula wheel for. I don't know why. Like this past weekend when I was away and I was using the round wheel for like the GT500s and stuff. Mind you, I don't really like that round wheel. The one that comes with the RS. It just destroys my thumbs. I don't know. I'm like in my head about like I don't have a track wheel or a Formula wheel for these race cars. Also, if you're new around here, or not new around here, and you want to like the stream, because, well, feeling generous, I'll accept it. I'll accept it. And don't forget to vote in the chat. Oh, also, too, if you're a Simagic user, yesterday I spent a good amount of time with Bruno getting some new Simagic stuff into their system. It's not going to be in the next update, but it'll be in the update after that. By that, I mean native support. So the Ultra wheelbase, the P700 pedals, and then at least, I don't know if the P1000s will be fixed. In terms of it's not something I think they can fix. I think it's just if you have an older P1000, you have to do it manually. But I never had inputs. I couldn't, my main global force feedback didn't work. It was very strange. And then it was all because these were new products that I were using. They didn't know they came out. So if you notice over here, the corner, I now have wheel inputs. I didn't have that before. It didn't work. It didn't affect anything. You just visibly, the game did not recognize my inputs, but it did somehow. It was very weird. But either way, now it works on a more official system. Let's hope, dummies. PMR crashes to desktop within 10 minutes last night. Sent the crash dumps to the PMR 2XX AMD crash thread. Are you on an AMD graphics card, out of curiosity? And which one are you on? I usually don't get crashes in game. I get crashes in the menu sometimes. Or on the splash screen loading the game up. Yes, RX 6800. They do have some, there are some known issues with the 6000 series AMD cards. They just didn't, from my understanding, they didn't have a lot of those cards when they were developing the game. Only 7000 and 9000 series cards. One problem with PC development, man, there are so many components and you never know how far back people are going to go with hardware, you know? Is that your way of trying to get me to admit that it is, or you just want me to actually die on stream? I don't know why I'm turning in so early right there. I should not be eating that curb up, yet I am. Don't know why I'm driving like that. Don't know why. Call it I'm rusty. Oof, 1K, honestly, man, my genuine advice with a 1K budget for PC right now is save more money. I know that, just my honest recommendation, man. I'm getting some stutters in this, and I don't know why. Oh, hello. I wonder if this track is also doing the return to pit stutter. So on Nords right now in this game, if somebody returns to pit, Doesn't quit. They just return to pit. There's a stutter, server-wide. Man, a good PC, that's such a ranged question. I would say a good PC. Well, let me ask you this, build or buy? Like, are you trying to buy a pre-built or are you trying to build one? Because Limberto bought one that I recommended from Micro Center, a pre-built from Micro Center that was pretty good. I don't recommend pre-builts often, but I do like Micro Center because they build it with real components, the same components like somebody would build their computer with. As in, like, there's no like stupid proprietary type hardware where like you cannot reuse this. You can't upgrade this component in this computer because nothing works with it. Stupid stuff like that. So they use real components. A lot of them use proprietary stuff. I want to say he spent like $3 grand. But mind you, it's got a badass CPU, a 5080 GPU, which is second to the 5090. I want to say 64 gigs of RAM. Decent sized PSU. But his is on the upper tier of hardware. Not what you need by any means. But I would recommend like a $2,500 budget. You've always been able to, for the past 10 years or so, build a really, really good computer for $2,500. I knew it. That's a immediate fuck your own face type. Getting screwed. Oh well, no quality for me. Let's see. Raven, it is being worked on. I don't believe it's coming immediately. But it is, from my understanding, it is their number one, like, priority big change to the game that they want to nail. Obviously, there's always little small updates, little fixes, little small features. By small features, I mean they add an option to something, you know. But as far as like Join in Progress is a much bigger sort of addition than people want to like give it credit for, because it's something that could easily break so many things. It's tied to so many things. So I get, like, trust me, I want it. It's my number one feature that I want, you know. But from my understanding, I think the next update is going to be focusing on quality of life and just overall netcode and improvements. But every update is a welcome one. I'll say that. But yes, I think Join in Progress is, I believe, their number one, you know, it's the community's number one request. Because they obviously tally up all the requests. Because everybody, here's the thing, if you have to ask one particular person at a time, their particular thing that they want the most is the most important thing to them, to the game's survival. They have to have this one thing. But at the end of the day, when 100 people are saying they need one thing and one person is saying they need another, I hate to break it to you, but you as the one person do not get the, you know, priority update. But Join in Progress is the, you know, number one community feedback type thing. What I want the most, that's for damn sure. Well, I want, obviously, server stability and more in general stability. But as a feature we don't have, join in progress is number one, without a doubt. But that is on the horizon, Raven. So we will get it. I just don't know when. Sooner, hopefully, rather than later. But I don't know when. As far as the pre-built, let me look up Micro Center quick while this is going. I don't know how far you are from a Micro Center, if you even have them. Are you US based, Assailant? Person I go to spectate goes to the pit. All right, I'll look at that in a sec. Acer Nitro 60. To be fair, I haven't even heard of it, so... Maybe. The problem with it is it's an Acer pre-built, which means proprietary stuff. You really don't want you don't want to buy yourself into proprietary hardware because there's zero upgrade path, which means you got to buy a new computer when it comes time when yours gets outdated. Whereas if you buy yourself into a good pre-built, like say Micro Centers or someone who uses real hardware, the same, like you can just upgrade, change your video card, change your processor, change your motherboard, you know? All these components can be interchangeable, whereas when you buy a proprietary style pre-built, you're screwed. You have to buy a new computer, so there's really no investment into it. You know, a big part of how I have a 5090 right now is that I had a 4090 before it and a 3090 before that. And I use these graphics cards as this next, here, let me sell this one and buy this next one. It heavily reduces the overhead cost of something when you have something to sell. Whereas if you have an old computer that can't do anything with, you know. Bad, wasn't trying to hit you, but I will say Mount Panorama, when you have faster pace than someone in front of you, is a really hard track to navigate. Guys, we have radar. You know, I have to say, there was a whole lot of requests for radar in the beginning of this game. And now that we have it, people still don't use it. love these cars. Doo-dah, doo-dah. He's hungry. How high's hungry? He's coming for me. Did I miss anything else over the weekend? Anything good? Anything bad? Drama? No drama? Well, that's one way to get in front. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. Be right back. All right. Guess I'll go back to looking up computers. point of having a battle if you're just willing to drive through people to wreck them? I don't know. All right, let's see. Computers. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go talk to my landscaper quick. Christ. All right. Taken care of. Watch the replay. You're gonna see that was on me. Okay. I lost the rear end. It's fine. I don't care. I honestly don't care enough. It's a video game. That's where my head's at. All right. Let's see. Sebring. Oh, let's turn it down. Actually, let's go. Let's see. 5-minute quality. Am I gonna play some ranked? Probably not today. Probably after the update, whenever that comes out. Also, all right, real quick, we'll discuss it. Mike, I don't know how you think this is my fault. I'll defend myself here. But watch my screen. Watch radar. I go a little wide in this turn. I'm a little slower pace. You had a better line than I did. Now I'm just being pushed. So, if we want that to be on me, then sure. That's what happened. I don't care either way because it's a video game. That's how I look at this. I don't take it that serious. 18 laps at Sebring on NGT. Oh, baby. That sounds fun. I might be involved in that. Possibly. Possibly. Why can't you guys do it on Wednesdays? I don't stream on Tuesdays. Or I try not to anyway. All right, Mike, you win. You're right. You're right. When you're behind someone and you drive into them, it's their fault. That's fine. That's fine. Not trying to argue. You're right. We'll just blame netcode. How's that? It's a nice way around it. Blame Sora. Wednesdays are your only day off. probably lurking. I wouldn't be surprised. He always is. Damn, Craig, you are flying. Oh, that's not how you do it. That's one way to go in the pits. Like Weira said, Mike, racing incident. It is what it is. Let's see. I'm probably going to regret this, but curious. See how the car drives. Probably going to be a total mistake. Let's just max out rear downforce. Wing only. All default car. Brake out of it. Alright, let's see how much this hurts me. Hoping to stabilize the rear end. I know this is a half-assed way of doing it. It's a quick and easy way to do it, but it kills your top end, so... That was an ugly turn. And I can immediately feel the, I'm able to get in the throttle a lot easier coming out of the corners. But here's the problem. I lose all my straight line ability. Oh boy. Sorry. Sorry, Craig. Locked up the brakes. Didn't see the brake marker, locked up the brakes, trying to not do that. Might be worth trying 1 or 2 clicks though, not all the way, because it completely takes away a lot of the car's straight line grunt. Yeah, I hear you, Heinz. Let's hope. Let's hope. Let me ask you guys, chat. The only reason I'm still on track right now is because of that rear wing. If I did not have a maxed out rear wing, that was looping right there for sure. Are we in favor for doing these custom lobbies with some fixed setups, or are we looking more forward to leaving them open so people can do whatever they want with the cars? Or do we want it to be more like a driver's race? What does chat say? This fixed setup is a driver's race, and having open setups is sort of a driver/mechanics race. Not yet, Andre. But also in the pipeline. One of the things that I am looking forward to. Because the aliens are still going to be aliens no matter what they drive. Slow people are still going to be slow people no matter what they drive. But there will be a few people that do lose races. They would normally win without the setups. Those people will exist. And I think a big part of people not wanting fixed setups is they don't want to find out if they're one of those people. The Lambertos are still going to be way in front of you. Plus, not to mention, too, it'll be a humbling experience for the guys that think setups are the only reason why they're not fast. Fixed setups solve a lot of debate. They really do. I don't know why people wouldn't want fixed setups. It doesn't mean you have no ability to ever adjust the cars, but you have that ability to run a fixed lobby. I've always been in favor of that. Uh-oh, Craig. What happened? I'm all jacked up right now. I was looking at Craig. Did you crash? Did Craig crash? Taiwan, you got your first sim rig. What'd you get? I hear you. I'll tell you, I won more races this weekend playing on PlayStation than I ever do on stream. Funny how not having the distraction of a stream and able to just be focused on a race really does help. That's fine. I'm not streaming to win. Just here to have fun. They probably did. A lot of the games have fixed setups. In fact, just about all of them. In fact, this is one of the few that doesn't. I don't know why there's always still an argument about, like, if we should have the ability to have fixed setups or not. Like, every sim has them. Pick your favorite die-hard sim. They all have that ability to hit a checkbox, make it so you can't make adjustments to the cars. And force feedback, by the way, is not part of the car adjustment. So you don't get locked out of being able to change your force feedback. Just actual physics of the cars. Suspension, driveline, tires, all that's fixed. Everybody runs the same thing. But iRacing, LMU, Race Room, AMS2, all got it. All got it. I'm actually surprised, honestly, it's taken this long to get it in this game. I feel like that would have been like more of a day one type thing, you know? But I get it. Priorities. One thing that is turning me off in this game is that there are not close battles in racing. The game seems like it is not built for that. For instance, drafting in this game does not do much. I think personally, Andre, drafting is sort of all over the place. Some cars will have like a mental draft, and then other cars will have no draft. I can't remember, I think it was Adam Burgess, might be butchering his last name, who I was playing with over the weekend when he was in the Discord, and I flew up behind him on the Nord Straight, overtook him. No, wait. Never mind. This is a completely different scenario. But either way, I overtook them, like, quickly in the draft, and then as soon as they got into my draft, they went right back around me. And that was in these cars, the GT500 Evos. So I find that the drafting is a bit all over the place, and what cars can draft like crazy and what cars can't. Going on, cut some slack. What's going on, Crank? What's going on, Graham? GT7 has it. Yep. Yeah, stability. I mean, we'll see what... I think the next update's focusing on that stability. I mean, if you really think about it, every update, stability has gotten better. Yeah, we can do some NGT. Do some NGT. Get rid of the older GT500 since no one's using them. Let's see. Good NG. No need for speed today. No need for speed today. Wait, can I select both? All right, pick your car, any car. ACC might not, now that I think about it. I don't actually know if ACC has it or not. Yeah, Slipstream is strong at Daytona for sure. But yeah, no, from my understanding, this next update is stability and quality of life, which it's one of those things, man, where like it's been the same. It's gotten better every update. Every single update, it's gotten better. But the number one thing that pushes people away is the server side stability. But it gets better every update. It just needs to get to a point where the disconnects feel natural and not problematic, you know? Because there's always going to be disconnects. That is multiplayer online gaming, period. But, because like right now, it seems like if you have a really, really, really good connection, you just don't have problems with disconnects. I don't have problems with disconnects. But if you're on that, like for example, this past weekend on PS5, I had a couple disconnects from customs. Just crashed right back, not to desktop, because there's obviously no desktop, but to the main menu, to the customs lobby. And it's because I was on a shit internet connection by comparison to what I have. So I play on PlayStation here all the time, off stream, to test things out, and I never have disconnects. So right now for me, their internal sort of netcode needs to be a little bit more robust to sort of prevent the people with, say, the lesser internet connections of having such bad disconnect issues. And by lesser internet connection, I don't mean you have bad internet. You just don't have, you know, an aftermarket router and all the good stuff. Fiber, Asus router, or other brand, whatever. Like, I believe this weekend I was on T-Mobile with their provided, like, routers, and it was good enough, but I had my disconnects, you know? I was on Wi-Fi too. But I'm also on Wi-Fi here when I play on PlayStation, and I don't get disconnects. But I have really good Wi-Fi here, so everything's Wi-Fi 7, everything works well. The router is in like direct line of sight for the PlayStation, not going through any walls or anything at all, really. Yeah, I hear you on the triples. Out of curiosity, the guys who here are specifically watching for sim racing, which, let's face it, during these streams, it's probably all of you. What are your guys' thoughts on me also spamming a little bit of like motorcycle content in there as well? Not spamming. Sprinkling is probably the better term. Or is that just like a no interest, don't care, stick to sim racing type? You know? I do love the way these cars drive, though. This whole class actually drives good. I agree, my channel do as I please, and I'm ultimately gonna. But another thing, too, is when it comes to content, for content standpoint, I don't just do things like there's a gun to my head. Meaning, if I want to enjoy something and it doesn't turn into content and I just want to go out and enjoy it, I'm not going to turn it into content. But, especially if, like, no one's going to watch it. Although, I think most of the people on this channel, if I put up a sim race video versus a motorcycle video, the motorcycle video is going to get watched a whole hell of a lot more. Because I'm still in that ecosystem on YouTube. And video games are a lot more saturated on YouTube. It's a lot easier to make content. A lot more people do it. I've streamed other titles, Crank This, no one watches them. LMU gets a lot of views. I don't like LMU, though. I like AMS2, I like Race Room, but nobody watches those. So it's, you know, hard to justify, you know? Or rather, just stick to playing those off stream when I want to play them, you know? But I enjoy playing this, so that's why my biggest reason I stream PMR so much is because it's a game that I enjoy playing, and it's a game people watch. Regardless of how many people are playing it, people are watching it. And I enjoy playing it. So for me, that's a win-win. Whereas LMU is a loss win because I don't want to play it, but people watch it. AMS2, Race Room, those are games that I like playing, so they're wins, but no one watches. So it's like, I might as well just play it off stream, you know? I love AMS2. cut some slack, but literally nobody watches it. I'm gonna try it again when 1.7 rolls out, which 1.7 is gonna be one of their big, because they're like, I think that's right around the corner. I'll see how that's received by people. But I'll be honest with you, I think Forza Horizon 6 is probably gonna take a lot of viewership away. I am gonna try out Forza Horizon 6, although I did watch Geek Street's little early access review so far, and according to him, wheel control feels a lot like Forza Horizon 5, which is a massive bummer. Massive bummer. I do not want to play it on controller. He said it's easier, like drifting and everything like that is a lot easier to do on controller. Which I get it, it's a controller first game, but it just sucks. But AMS2 and Race Room, I honestly think, are still smaller than PMR, despite them being more positively well received. They're just too small of a sim. The sim space in general is very, very, very small. And another thing that drives me nuts about the sim space, I should have pulled gas out of the car, oh well, is that it's so tribal. Like, it doesn't need to be tribal. What if I told you you could like PMR and LMU? Like, the fact that you feel like you have to pick one or the other is such a strange thing to me. Just like video games. Play video games. That car he's using is pretty, the TBR, pretty popular one. I drove it, it feels pretty good, but there's definitely a learning curve. I think the BMW is the most balanced in this class. Understeer / oversteer. The one behind me, I forget what it's called, the Mazda or whatever, the one that has the LS engine in it, the kit car. That one is the least understeery in my opinion, but it is very easy to lose the rear end by comparison. Like I said before, LMU is more of a racing simulator. PMR to me is more of a driving simulator. They are not the same. And PMR, I think, has a lot of work to do to duplicate that sort of authentic racing vibe. You know, gridding up, the engineer on comms the whole time. Just that entire sort of presentation of starting the race is a big thing that PMR is sort of missing from its aesthetic. Thank you, Fahrenheit. But that being said, though, I don't like what LMU brings to the table as far as the racing content. Oh, what am I doing? I don't know what that was. It is a racing sim. I said LMU is more of a better racing sim. This is a better driving sim. But it's also not done. I think that's the biggest thing, that everybody always looks at things in the now, which I get it. You can only judge things based off of the now. But this game is unfinished. The game has a long way to go. And I'm along for the ride, and I don't mind it because I'm having fun. But if I can tell you, if racing sims like LMU or iRacing are what I'm supposed to be playing because racing simulator, and I'd rather just go like watch TV. I'd rather get on my motorcycle and go race that. I don't, at 40 years old, I just don't want to do things that I'm told that I'm supposed to like if I don't like it. If I don't like something, I just don't do it. I think everybody thinks like that, but I feel like a lot of people are pressured to do it. Fail on you is the cool thing, that's what you want to do. Even if you don't like it, you sort of just grind it until you do like it. Can you hear me now? Testing microphone. Okay, we're back. I don't... Why my... I swear to God, Elgato shit, like, sucks at the same time. For some reason, it's doing it again! It's just lowering my microphone volume. Testing! Increasing the microphone volume when it peaks. Testing! Raised it back up. How do I stop that? That's new. I have never seen that before. Let me just close it. All right, so test. Now let's open it. Why is this auto adjusting? What is going on? Test! How does shit just break out of fucking nowhere all the time? Test. 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 Still doing it. What the fuck? Test. Test. I can't tell if it's doing it or not. It is. Still doing it. Christ, what is happening here? This is so weird. All right, I'm going to set up the next race and then just spectate it while I figure this out. Make it a little longer for you. Maybe my PC thinks I talk too much. I'm using Stream Deck software, but even when I closed it, it was still doing it. You can see this number right here is at 94%. I don't know how. I'm going to turn it up manually to 97. That's where I leave it. That's my gain. And then when I make loud noises, it lowers for no reason. I think it's Windows doing it, though. Because I close it and then it raises it back up. This is I've never seen this before. Like, I've never, ever... I've been using Streamlabs and all of these softwares for about 10 years now. Never, ever, ever seen this happen where a loud... It's meant to stop clipping and peaking, but I've never had to do it automatically. This is where I want my volume, right here. And when I closed Stream Deck software, the Elgato software, it was still doing it. So I feel like it's being generated from either Streamlabs or Windows. But it's got to be Windows. Why? Why? Like, that's the thing. Why is this happening? There hasn't even been a Windows update. I'm telling you, for these guys who want a game on computer, you have no idea the shit you're getting yourself into. Sounds good, Craig. Thanks for being here. Oh, mic lowered. And the crazy thing is it hasn't been doing it this entire stream, and then out of nowhere, it just started doing it. For no reason. This seems like a, restart your computer type fix for no reason, but it's not that easy to do that when you're streaming. Let's try a different microphone. Test! Test! Yep, it's doing it without... So it's not Stream Deck software. Not the Stream Deck software. So that means it's either Streamlabs or Windows. Everything is set right. This is bullshit. This is just bullshit. I've already unchecked all, I've already done all this. Look. Test. Test. Doesn't. Shit just decided to stop working now. My headset mic. I thought. Test, 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 test! Test. Test. This is the headset microphone now, I believe, right? Test! Still does it, even with the headset microphone. Doing worse. Way worse. Huh. This is crazy. Testing, testing, testing! Test! Test! Weird. Alright, so... Test. You guys can hear this, right? Right now I'm on my headset microphone. You guys can hear this, correct? According to Streamlabs, it says it's picking it up. Alright. So this is my headset microphone, in which it is not lowering the volume at all.
Loud noises!
Sorry if that sucked, because that sucked in my own feedback. But, even though I'm not using this microphone right now in Windows... Test! It lowers the volume. Lowers the volume. So let's try this. Test! Test! Alright. So I unplugged my Stream Deck. Unplug the Stream Deck. Now let's plug it back in. Oh, we're not... There we go. Test! Test! It's fine now. So my Stream Deck hardware was broken for no reason. Make that fucking make sense. Make that make sense. Switch back. Test. And now we're back on the Elgato. We're on the SM7B. Volume control! Volume control! And we're fine. I fucking hate. That was a whole bunch of bullshit. Alright, now I know, though, if I ever encounter that again, to just unplug the Stream Deck. So, Fway, believe it or not, your advice was right. Although I didn't have to restart. Unbelievable, man. Imagine that bullshit. Genuinely. Unmute the microphone, unmute the microphone. Volume is not changing. Crazy. I'm telling you guys. It really is, like, seriously question, though. Whenever you call, like, tech support of any kind, and they always ask you, oh, speaking of, look at that. Here we go, right here. It's Sora making all that noise. Who knew? Whenever you call tech support and they always say, did you unplug it and plug it back in? There's a reason for that. It's because it fixes so many problems. Right there, I just chased every software checkbox. Made sure everything was working in Windows and all that nonsense. And nothing was fixing it. However, unplugging it and plugging it back in fixed it. Wow, we were waiting for you, Sora. How nice. That just stressed me out for no reason. Alright, we're back. We're back to the regularly scheduled broadcast here. So you know what that is right there? That was Sora taking out all of his netcode coding on the pavement. Alright. Everything's good. We seem good. We're caught up. Let's do some racing. Holy shit, man. Part that does suck, though, is I have to check that box again to let the app take control. Because now my filters for my microphone are not working. Because I have a noise gate put on the microphone. So you don't hear things like my paddles shifting. I'm distracted. Next race, I'll go back to trying. Alright, where's Windows again?
Whoa, those enemies are fiercer than a dragon's breath. What's your secret to taking them down? Any clever strategies in mind?
What the fuck was that? What the hell was that audio I just heard? Was that built into Windows? Sure. 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 Sure, 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 sure. Test, test. Test, test. All right. Test, test. Test, microphone, test. Interesting. Dude, I have no idea what that voiceover was. That was some random ass shit. Brev, out of curiosity, what person was that? That's who you're thinking of. The guy doesn't even work there anymore. Yeah, I would, You don't work there for a reason. That's all I'm gonna say. And I agree on the what he sounds like part. There's no doubt the game needs a safety system, but I don't think any game does it right, truly. I think GT7's is terrible. It's awful. In fact, its safety system is one of the reasons I don't play it. Well, there's many reasons I don't play GT7, but I don't know. I personally, I couldn't give advice on how to fix, you know, the user experience from a punishment standpoint, because I would just ban everybody. I would just ban everybody. I would be such a bad leader in that sense. I'd be telling so many people, like, I would have a code into the game that when you got a ban, it would just automatically say, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Like, I'd be bad. I would be very bad. That's why in my company, I am an employee of one. To allow myself to say that. My HR department does not get in the way. Alright, we need music again. Hopefully, Crank, all the problems are gone. I'm keeping my eye on that stupid microphone number, but if you guys do hear my microphone decide to just do weird shit again, let me know. If I don't catch it first, that is. Could be a supervillain? Could be. Could be. Yeah, I mean, number one fix, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Server-side stability. A few in-game bug stabilities, too, but server-side stability. It just always seems like it's number one at the top. I think the next update is going to be a nice quality of life patch on things like that. Game needs some features, obviously. I don't know how to fix the rammer situation, truly. Yeah, I did fix it, Crank. I unplugged it and plugged it back in again. No joke. The actual Stream Deck that the microphone is plugged into, the XLR portion, I just unplugged the USB part that plugs into the computer and plugged it back in, which is where it gets its power from, essentially. So essentially, I shut it off. Closing the program doesn't kill its functionality. It just controls... When you turn the program off for it, it just turns off the user's ability to control it manually. It doesn't actually shut down its functionality. Unplugging it does. So, lesson learned for future when I see that problem again. Just unplug it and plug it back in. I've never seen that before. Ever. Ever. I've been using this Stream Deck for about 2 years now. And I've been streaming randomly for about 10. Never had that problem before. That's a new one. I'm going back to the GT500s. I like NGTs, but I like the GT500 Evos more. They're just my favorite cars in this game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sora. Not good, Sora. You can't park there, mate. Yeah, Trev, that's my problem with it. And that's common. That's very common. Someone will hit you, and then you get penalized for it. Worse than they do. So I don't really have an answer to how to properly implement it. I'm not a dev, though, so it's technically not my job, so... But I'm not going to pretend that I am one of those guys that say, oh, yeah, you just need to do this. Because I don't know. There's always going to be a cause and effect, a positive and a negative to every decision made. But I'm going to make myself a G Fuel while this race continues. And then I'm going to get back to racing. I think, Trevor, I can't remember, are you on PC or console? Oh, you're on console, I believe, right? Since you're talking about GT7 and PlayStation. So. I think a big part of sim racing that's not understood in the console space, that's more understood in the PC space, is it shouldn't be this way, admittedly. Not gonna, like, stroke any unnecessary egos here. But it shouldn't be this way, but it's just the way it is. Sim racing especially. Games are incomplete. Like, completely incomplete. Wildly incomplete on day one. And they get developed through years and years and years of support. Right? And that always starts off really bad. Always starts off really bad. But with time and improvements, and everybody seeing the improvements, and everybody getting on board, and every update just feels like a gift, more so than giving you what you should have got. You know? Like, in my opinion, right now, what we're playing feels more like the way the game should be on day one, right? Even though we're 4 months in. Although 4 months in a sim is nothing. Literally nothing. iRacing's got 18 years. You know? 4 months is nothing. I understand why people can get frustrated because they want to play the game that they paid for and they just want to have fun, and I get it. But maybe I'm a bit more patient when it comes to some things, but I can accept a rougher state because I can just go do something else, you know? Like, the only way this game would truly, truly piss me off is if it lost support. Studio went under, this, that, and the other thing happened, and then that's it, the game's over with. That would piss me off. But seeing the constant improvements, the constant devs being involved in the community and stuff like that, yeah, I would refresh Debagel. Sort of make me be much more accepting of the game's current state, you know? I do know that I don't take video games as personally as a lot of other people do. I try to just appreciate more than I do, like, be, I guess, more entitled in that sense. Because they're a luxury thing. But I get frustrations. I do. My whole thing, like, if this, it's, you know, in the case of... Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, Trev, is that my only fear, and I wouldn't really call it a fear, but my only fear for the game would be, does the game lose support before it is at a point where it really could be something good? Because it's every update, everything about it gets better and better and better with every update. So, does the game have its problems? Yep, sure does. But when there's less problems every update, and there's more good stuff every update, you know, I look at the progress the game's made in 4 months, and I judge it based off of that more than anything else. Where it was when it released, where it is now. That's been 4 months of progress. Now, at some point, that momentum is going to slow down. The game can't keep getting that much better that quickly. You know, that's just, well, it's not really feasible. But the point is that in another 4 months' time, where are we going to be? In a year's time, where is this game going to be? The only thing that could make this game, in my opinion, suck is if the rug gets pulled out from the studio and they're canceled and they're over with and that's the end of the game. You know? But, I don't know. I try and be positive and look towards, like, hey, what could be here in some time? You know? Maybe that'll bite me in the ass in a year from now. But at the same time, even if it does bite me in the ass, I don't give a shit. Because it's a fucking video game. It's meant to entertain me. And it's entertaining me. Even if this game died tomorrow, I still had 500 hours of fun. Also, don't take this as me preaching to you. This is just my point of view. Everyone's entitled to their point of view. Like, right now, if you asked me, right now, what I would want to do in a racing game, like what would entertain me the most? Put me in a GT500 Evo. Okay, what games have that? We're playing it. Yeah. Yeah, he made a lot of clear clerical errors in design. I don't know how you design something for no one to play. Very strange choice. Thanks for joining in, Sora, for the little bit of time you did. Get it. All right. For this particular track, I am gonna change the rear wing. See what Max is like, because you definitely lose some speed, but not a lot of straights on Kiwami, so see how it feels. Exactly, dummies, exactly. Because, like, I really think it's unfair to compare this game to the more successful ones that have had a lot more time to cook that were also not successful on launch. You know? LMU in all of its glory right now had a disastrous launch. Incomplete game, problems out the ass. It mirrored this. I don't think it had the leadership hate that this game does. But that's, I think, one place that this game sort of stands alone a little bit. Oh, what he's doing. Oh, this is custom, Grumps. That's all I do is customs. I'll do ranked when I trust it more. And even then, I still don't know how much I'm going to do ranked because I'm not built for ranked. I get too pissed off too easily. All it takes is one idiot, and that's it. I'll rage quit. I've really got to learn this track without the line. As soon as I put the line on this track, I immediately get like 3 seconds faster. This is one of my worst tracks. I like the track, I just suck at it. Third gear right there, not second. Be careful of that curb right there. That curb will crash you. I did, Grumps. I have my own take on it, but I prefer to keep that more private conversation type opinion. Appreciate it, I guess. I don't know. We're both being too nice here. I'm just practicing. I couldn't care less about my qualifying time. I really do have to practice this game more off stream. I literally only play this game on stream. If I'm playing this game off stream, it's like testing. Bug hunting. fucking do. God damn it. Enough. Good enough. I 100% want solo qualifying more than anything else. The GT500 Evo ranked is Takamiya. GT500 isn't on there. And I think GT3 was San Marino, if I remember correctly. Game Fractured Space. I don't know if I played Fractured Space. The line is my crutch. I use it a brake. Is it a brake refs? Not sure what you're saying there, Trev. Are you saying you use the line for braking zones? Because that's the only reason I would use it. Braking zones. I don't use the line for the line, which I do wish they would add, like, I've mentioned this a couple times, but the way AMS2 offers a braking assist, I really, really like it because you have the line, which is terrible in AMS2, by the way. The line's actually pretty good in this game. But they offer a spotter. It's like a rally-style spotter, where basically it's just an arrow that appears on your screen that's right or left. The angle of that arrow changes, and the color. So it'll have green, yellow, and red, depending on... So, like, if you're coming into a hairpin turn at a high rate of speed, it's going to show you a red arrow with like a 90-degree type bend. Basically means as soon as that arrow comes up, get on the brakes, which I really like it. Basically, you'll be going fast in a straight line, coming into a hairpin turn. As soon as you see this red arrow, get on the brakes. You want to hit the brakes. I really like it. It doesn't break immersion. It's not like this just, fluorescent line the entire track or anything like that. Because I find that the line is, while on a track I don't know, in PMR, the line is very beneficial. But on a track that I do know, or know a lot better, the line becomes a distraction. So for me, the spotter is a solid choice in AMS2. And that'd be something that I'd like to see them... I'm going to do my very best to get them to implement that. That's a down-the-road thing, though. That's not like a, hey, we'll have that tomorrow. That's something that I very much want, and I think would very much be beneficial as an assist. Just a little arrow spotter. When you come into a braking zone, it appears. Imagine, so like, it's kind of like the one in GT7, but I think it's a little bit better and more refined, where it's the dashboard style braking zone, where it tells you brake, where it just says brake, or stop, I can't remember what it ever actually says in GT7, but it's similar to that. It's a really, really nice, non-immersion braking way of learning a track. Because it allows you to sort of experiment with your own lines without being sort of like guided to the main line that the game is telling you to take. Yeah. Nicholas, thank you for the sub. Gonna get out of everybody's way. Race over. Race over. Guess I'm just gonna go back to practicing. Unbelievable. That to me should not have been a penalty. I was paying attention to the countdown like I always do. That should not have been a penalty, but sure. Whatever. 15-second penalty on a start like that for a fraction of a second, the race is over. You lost. You have to race some really bad drivers to be able to close that or to eliminate that deficit. I can't wait to start doing leagues, man. Just so the quality of racing is good. I couldn't care less about winning or losing. I just want good quality racing. Like, I don't care if I'm in a battle for not dead last. Like, if I'm racing, me and the last place guy are going back and forth and that's the race, if that's a good battle, that's what I want. But, like, all I want's quality racing. Because another thing that people don't seem to think about is that when the game you want to get popular gets more popular, do you think you're getting only good drivers coming into your game? No, you're going to get a lot more bad drivers than you are good drivers. Unfucking believable. Get me out. Get me out! I think the game's in a good spot to start league racing, don't you think? I really, really want join in progress before then. I really do. I can technically do it. But, you know, so like here's the idea is that by the time join in progress gets here, I'm pretty confident the netcode's going to be like really, really, really strong by comparison. So it'll kind of feel like a double whammy of good feeling when it comes to the whole entire online experience. But the reality is, for a league race, you don't necessarily need a refined penalty system. Yes, it would be nice, but you don't need one. You just need the people running it to be stewards, that's all. You know? So, let's say we'll have to have rules in place. Like, if you really want to do leagues right, without a working, functioning, good penalty system, you have to have certain incidents be certain penalties that you have to give out, right, as the steward. So, let's just say a bump from behind, 1 second penalty. I don't know, whatever would be the rules in place, but let's just hypothetically say you are chasing someone, and to go around them, you hit them. It might not affect the race, but you hit them good enough to warrant a penalty. 1 second penalty. It'd have to be seen in replay. But the only way it would be seen in replay is the person who gets bumped has to report it. You know, for example, let's just say hypothetically, someone does a bump and go for first and second place. does a little bit of a bump that just pushes the guy a little bit wide, and the guy in second place is able to take the inside and get a win by, say, half a second, right? Oh, I hear you. So now this guy overtook by a half a second, right? And then he finishes the race that way. Well, if the second place guy reports that incident, and then the stewards go, yep, you bumped, that's a 1 second penalty, now all of a sudden his half-second win is now a half-second loss. It all can be done and done well. You just have to have honest people running it that don't have a dog in the fight. Like me personally, if I'm going to run my own leagues, if I'm going to be part of my own league, I'm not racing in my own leagues. I'd like to, but I know that I can't. Me racing in my own leagues would introduce a bias if I am also a steward. That's possible, Trev. But the problem with ghosting is that a lot of people don't like it and don't take it seriously, because the reality of it is, from a sim racing standpoint, ghosting is like a very, very bad thing. You know, I've learned that sim racers don't want to have fun. They want as much realism as possible, regardless of how much it ruins the experience. If you ever do league, my missus is my Toto. Will there be tryouts? I think what I might do is, because I don't want to prevent people from joining, but I think it's just going to have to create my own splits. So, essentially, I'm going to have to probably host what I would call tryouts. Various different tracks. So I'm going to only do, like, say, one league at a time when it comes to, say, the car. So, GT500 Evo Sprint League, right? The Sprint League would be probably 10 lap races, or whatever the equivalent of, like, say, a 20-minute, at max, a 30-minute race for sprints. And I'd have to have as many people that wanted to try out, because there will have to be a limit. There's going to have to be a limit. I'm one person. I can't run. Not that 1,000 people are going to try, but let's just say hypothetically 1,000 people applied. I cannot run that. Especially with the motivation of zero income. So I'd probably have to put a limit to the amount of people that could join. And then those people would have to be time trialed into splits. It won't be based off of how quality of a driver you are. It'll be based on how fast you are. And then it's up to you to drive safe. And if you don't drive safe, then you get punished for it. I have considered teams. Yep, I have considered teams. Gonna be, I'm gonna need more than one person if I want to do it. The way that I want to do it, I can't do it solo. I would need, like, someone like Eagles to help me. Him take some time away from modifying cars and making light speed Lamborghinis to light speed Excel sheets with grids and brackets. Well, yeah, the pre-quality would basically be, everybody's going to want Lamberto. The pre-quality would essentially be I have a day or something like that, or a couple of sessions where quality time. So let's just say hypothetically there are 40 people that apply. Oh! Ooh, okay, I gotta see. I want to see right now. This, Yoshi Kiko, dude. All right. I'm gonna watch this guy for a second or two. This guy's been driving horribly the whole time. Yeah, all right, he's gone. He's off the pace by almost a half a minute. Meaning he's not doing anything in try. Yeah, I saw that, Bess. He's gone. He's been doing it all track. I mean, I thought he was just a bad driver, but watching him, I'm coming to the conclusion that he's not a bad driver. He's intentional rammer, so he's gone. You're free reign to go win the race. Definitely don't want that fella, right? All right, lobby's back up. Try this again. Get the Me Tours in. Get the Me Tours in. But yeah, so like if I ran my own league, I wouldn't participate because it's going to be a lot. It's too much. For one, it's too much. I'm not going to be able to actually focus on racing while focusing on all the complaints I'm going to get from other people's driving and all that. So my plan for the league stuff is I'm probably just going to spectate the whole time. Way too busy making stupid Lambos? Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Trap, that's a nice Corvette. Sure would be a shame if you wrecked it. Yeah, we're not, I mean, then again, it is during the day, but we're not getting the lobbies we were getting a week ago. Kind of sucks. Telling you, man, disconnects, they put people off. They really do. Putting it straight into the wall. Yeah, too wicked. I definitely want to do it. Definitely want to do it. Yeah, I'll definitely have the advantage of doing it because again I'm on PC, so I can't save the replay. I need to figure out how much grip the MX-5 can handle. If you want, I can turn mods on. Then you can throw any of your random shit in here. I think anyway, I don't know if it works. Not a lot of Americans playing right now. I mean, I guess it is, you know, work time. But I gotta say, for 3 options in the vote, this is the closest I've seen every vote. This week is at 30%, next week's at 37%, next month is 33%. Tight race. I wish the game's real racing was that close. I hear you, Eagles. You and your random shit. Yeah, that Lambo looks silly. Have you, out of curiosity, have you compared it to the Evo? What's going on, Mags? The bathroom quick, and then I'm going to get to qualifying. Jesus, Eagles. What's going on, AJ? All right. Here we go. It's me, a douchebagio. Oh. I'm so happy I don't have to individually adjust the force feedback of these cars anymore. The global gain works. Hey, AJ, try again after the next update. Hopefully it's not too long. I think it's a good thing to be able to change force feedback per car, but the problem that I was having was specific to my wheelbase because the wheelbase is new. So the global gain didn't work. It was just set at 100%, and I couldn't reduce it. So I had to lower the force feedback every single car I got in. Now I can leave the force feedback at default for each car and just lower the global. It's because the devs didn't even know this wheelbase existed. The Alpha Evo Ultra. So I have a file now that allows me to make it work correctly, and it'll be not in the next update, but the update after that. It'll work with this wheelbase natively. I can't say, Mags. Part of the gig. Can't say. The first one. Damn, max power. He's flying. Holy shit. Not how it works, Mags. Can't do it. I can find the time that Bess has got. But man, where is Max Power finding that? That's fast. That man is flying. Good job. Oh, I was already off to a bad start. Yep, fuck that. That's junk. That's junk. Turn 1 junk. Oh well, I'll take my pole. Or, podium. That is fat. One day I'll know what it's like to be an alien. One day. I'll have to get abducted. It's not going to be naturally in a video game, that's for sure. Yeah. Like I said, I could find the difference between mine and Bess's time. But not without some super secret insight and a lot of practice am I going to get anywhere near Max Power's time right now. That's flying. That's flying. Oh, you had to do that. You had to do it, Eagles. You had to bounce me out of the pole, or out of podium for quali. You had to do it. He nails turn 1 and 2. Still, I don't know. Jesus. He has to nail every turn, I'd imagine. That's crazy. Flying. That's so weird how it shows me the standings right now. Like on the leaderboard. It doesn't show me second place, but it shows me 9th. Like, get rid of 9th. Show me second. Instead of 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's... Come on. What are you doing? So let's see. In turn 1, he's got about 3/4 of a second on me. In sector 1, I mean. Sector 2... got a full second on me. So he's actually doing it mostly in Sector 2, where he's extracting most of the time on me. Interesting. Max Power from Gran Turismo, who's like quick as well. I actually have no idea. I have no idea. I'm ignorant when it comes to that. Who's fast in video games or not? I've never really paid attention to that. He's on controller, so he's a console player. Oh. Fast though. He's very fast. Would help a little if you actually like this track. Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you. I don't like this track either. But British. Either way, too fast for me. I got no... I got, like, if I race good, I can, you know, I can race with Eagles and Bess in this, but Max Power gets an open road in front of him, he's going to drive away from me like I'm tied to a tree. 2.5 seconds a lap, that's a lot. That's a lot. Half second I can work with. That's you know, one mistake covers that. That's provided I don't make any mistakes, though. Which we all know, I will make mistakes. There's definitely a trick to knowing how to launch these cars, that's for sure. That's why I like standing starts, though. Here comes max power. He's slowly chipping me away on the straights, too. He's probably, car's probably lowered a little bit more, or has a little bit more downforce, a little less downforce, sorry. And he's just pulling me back in the whole time. Oh, that ain't it. That ain't it. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know why I was stopping at the 100-meter marker, thinking that was right. No idea why. It's alright. I only delayed the inevitable. He's already running me back down again. Oh, that's funny. That was terrible. Have that skill set in my pocket. Oh, I like drag racing. And I'm glad this game lets you, like, have a skill set like that where it might actually work to your advantage, because a lot of games, no matter what you do, a standing start, the cars launch exactly the same no matter what. Whereas in this, there's a wide range of what you can do with a car that doesn't have TC. Look at this. Look at this man. This man is about to go around me. I almost want to let him by. But at the same time, I kind of want to let him earn it. He's in my draft now, so he's got this in the straight. Oh, whoa, what? See, that doesn't even make any sense. We're not even hitting on the radar. Like, I was getting contact right there, and we weren't even close on the radar. I'm sure that's netcode more than anything else, but still. Yeah, it's not, we're in the race right now, Cherry. You can't find servers when they're in operation. That will be hopefully adjusted in the next patch, so you can at least see them. Finally got the game. Nice. And thank you for the sub. That was awful. Ooh, that was ugly. That was real ugly. Uh-oh, we got traffic. Out of fuel? Oh, no. You know a car wouldn't run out of fuel? A fixed setup. Good races. That went surprisingly cleaner than I thought all of Monza could go. God damn, he is fast. Man is fast. Nice lap time, Bess. I was chasing the 136s. I kept finding the time and then losing it. You currently have the Logitech G Pro and want to upgrade. I'm on a Simagic Alpha Evo Ultra. Are you on PC or console? Because if you're on console, I'd honestly just stick with what you got. But if you're on PC, the sky's the limit. PC? Well, I mean, I'd have to recommend Simagic then. But, I mean, Simagic, Moza... I don't want to recommend Fanatec yet, just because of their more recent history. I would let them dig themselves completely out of that before I'd consider them again. There's lots of options, but I'd say my most honest perspective would be Simagic or Moza. Comes down to what you want to spend. They're both pretty competitively priced. In my opinion, Simagic and Moza they go toe-to-toe with a lot of their lineup. I personally prefer Simagic a little bit. I am technically an affiliate of them. However, I preferred Simagic prior to being an affiliate. That's why I'm an affiliate now. I think a lot... they both have pluses and minuses. But I don't think you're going to complain about either one, personally. The one thing that Simagic does not have that Moza does have is a more entry level. But if you're already on a DD Pro, you're not going after the entry level. Cherry, once the lobby goes back up, you should be able to see it. I'll let it stay up for a few minutes. Fellas in the GT. Got a name, Trap? Do you have a name? Okay, we're back. You're on an R5 but want to upgrade to the 21 Ultra. Yeah, if you're already on the Moza, I definitely recommend doing something like that. But I would recommend, so I put Simagic just above, by the hair of my chinny chin over Moza. But you can't go wrong with either. And if you're already on the Moza ecosystem, then it doesn't make sense to switch. But in his case, where he's on Logitech, because I had a Logitech DD Pro, and then I went to Simagic. And I'm glad I did. I also have an RS50 as my second rig, which I very much like, but I can definitely feel the difference when I go back and forth in terms of, you know, where the extra cost comes in. It's not necessarily just about the force feedback total. Because my base is 28 newton meters. I don't go anywhere near it. I don't go anywhere near the maximum. Like Takamiya. Make it all GT500 Evo? All right, if you insist. I do miss True Force, but I'll say this. So let's just talk in particular this game and individually. This game doesn't support True Force yet. It is in their plans to eventually support it, but right now it does not support True Force. It just has like generic vibration, which I have at maximum. I have an RS50, and I have my Alpha Evo Ultra. My Alpha Evo Ultra feels like True Force. The way it delivers the vibrations and everything through curbs, it feels awesome. You would not know that this is not True Force or a parodying software. Whereas when I use the RS, you absolutely can feel the missing True Force. So my point is that if you play a game that doesn't have True Force with a Logitech base, you're going to miss True Force. If you play a game that doesn't have True Force with, let's say, this wheelbase, you're probably not going to miss True Force because it feels like you still have it. I am a huge... I right now, and this is not, again, obviously take it with a grain of salt because I'm an affiliate, but it's not because I'm an affiliate. However, this Ultra wheelbase, I don't think there's a better option out there right now if you are willing to spend like the, you know, almost $1,000 on a wheelbase. In my opinion, you can't. There's nothing better than this right now for the cost. Nothing better. Super, super insanely detailed, which is, in my opinion, the experience. The overall force feedback number doesn't really... This is a 28 newton meter base. I have it set to 18 newton meters, and I run it at 80% in the game. I think I want to say I'm running at about 15%, or sorry, 15 newton meters total. And, so yeah, the 28 newton meters is nice overhead to have, but you don't need it. However, the cost for this wheelbase, in my opinion, sort of cannibalizes the Pro, which is an 18 newton meter Evo base. It doesn't make sense to get the Evo for its price anymore, or sorry, the Pro for its price anymore, now that the Ultra's price is out. Too wicked, that's a big part of it. When you haven't experienced the other things, you don't really know. Like, for example, I was fully satisfied with the G923, and then I got my Logitech DD Pro. And I'm like, oh my god, this is incredible. I could never go back to the G923. Now that I have this stuff, I like the RS50 a lot, but they don't really compare, if I'm being completely transparent on that. RS50 is great. I like the base a lot. It does what it needs to do from a... Like, I'm not any faster on this. You're not going to be faster on Simagic than you would be on the Logitech Direct Drive stuff. It feels better. More immersive. Immersive is where this hobby gets expensive. Immersion. So Simagic is technically the king, but the amount of money extra you're going to pay, you do not get the extra, like, quality of the cost. You know, you're not, the price to performance is terrible with Simagic. Like right now, if I had no wheelbase and I had to pick this one or the Simagic 3, obviously if dollars did not matter and I didn't care about lighting money on fire, Simagic 3 is probably the way to go. But for the cost difference, no, not even close. I wouldn't. 10 out of 10 times I would pick the Evo Ultra. Every time. Every single time. But primarily, again, because of the cost difference. Everybody that I've recommended Simagic to so far loves it, so. Fun fact, I sold Limberto my Evo Pro when I got my Ultra. He now has an Ultra. He got bit by the bug. But that being said, though, if you're already on the Moza ecosystem, there is no rationale to switch. Unless you somehow hate Moza now. You know, whatever it is. But if you're already on the Moza ecosystem, you should just upgrade on the Moza lineup, you know? Their new KS Pro wheel, I think, is a badass wheel for its price. So if you're on the Moza system there, that's a wheel I recommend, and I've never even used it. But if it's anything like the Simagic GT Neo, which I loved, but keep in mind, you might like the experience better, but you're not going to get faster. It annoys me that I go play on my RS50 on PlayStation, and I actually go faster. The only reason I go faster is because I'm not streaming. But the point is that the hardware doesn't slow me down at all. So all this overly expensive, super immersive, cool stuff, while I much rather use it, zero effect on speed. Oh, case in point. Oh, yay, lap invalidated. Son of a bitch. The biggest upgrades you're going to get, and that might actually affect your performance, are going to a direct drive and a load cell brake pedal. Once you have those, how much more load kilogram it is and how much force feedback, that all becomes, you know, bigger number, better mentality, which actually has no effect on your performance. Once you have a good direct drive, or a direct drive I should say, and a load cell brake pedal, you have all the hardware to be as fast and be alien fast. Or you can be like me and spend all the money and you're no faster. Because money doesn't buy you talent. So bad. Oh, so bad. I suck at all tracks too, Wicked, so don't feel bad. I got my 119 in my qualifying, so I can stop. I want to say Limberto's got 116s out of this. You can do it without a load cell, for sure. You can do it without a load cell. But you can also do it without a direct drive, too. I'm just saying, on average, a load cell and direct drive do contribute to better performance. But none of it is mandatory. They're the fastest people who play video games are on a goddamn controller. So, you know. Luckily for me, I don't, I obviously want to get better at this stuff. I enjoy doing it, so obviously nobody wants to just continue to, like, suck forever at something that they enjoy doing. But at the same time, I'm not holding myself to any kind of standard of, like, I have to get X, Y, Z good, and I don't care. I truly don't. You know? This is, for me, this whole sim racing journey, you want to call it that, will always be about having fun first. If any level of trying takes away from it being fun for me, then I just don't want to do it. About time you're back. How dare you take a break, dude? Right? I know. Exactly, too wicked, exactly. However, the amount of hours and hours and hours that I have into racing my friends online and battling, I'd say that's got to be at least 600 of the 1,000 hours. The rest of it was single player. Like, I don't care. Like, there's always... In Star Wars, there's always a bigger fish. In racing, there's always somebody faster. In fighting, there's always somebody stronger or tougher. Or, should say tougher. In weightlifting, there's always someone stronger. Competition is good, but you should not... Your focus should not be to be the fastest guy. That requires a natural talent that you just know you got or don't. I know right now, based off of my natural talent or lack thereof, that no matter how many hours I put in and how much I trained, I could never be the best at this. So why do that? I'm going to do I stream, I have fun. Occasionally I get online when I'm not streaming and I play with some friends, but for the most part, this is here to be fun and only fun for me. Not even sure Lamberto's a real person. I've heard his voice and he's bought stuff from me. So he might, those things don't exactly qualify him as being he could technically be an AI. He could be an AI. Lamberto's an algorithm. I don't understand how we're not... It's got to be netcode. It's got to be netcode. We are not touching on radar, yet we're touching in the game. And the whole point of the radar is for close quarters racing. If that's the case, I'll just turn it off. I gotta look at his ping to mine and see how much that could be affecting the contact physics. Because if we're making contact, that tells me we're like not that far apart, ping-wise. Whoa! Give him space, give him space. Pressure got to you. Folded like a cheap tent trap. Don't worry, I'm about to fold soon, so... Ping was 120. Oh, ugly Evan. Can't touch curbs. How much you want to bet he drives back up to us and catches us? Max power. He's spun out and he's already almost caught back up. And I haven't spun out. Oh man. To be fast. To be fast. Gains an instant second in the Supra? Interesting. Yeah, that's how I know I'm not good at this shit. I can't feel a difference. All the Evos feel identical to me. This man's gonna go around me. He's absolutely gonna be in front of me again. What a... Dude, what's it like to be an alien? Tried that one once already. That one doesn't work. Cannot get over how fast he is. 119.3. Eagles was 119.4, and then max power 118.2. But lap on lap on lap. It's not like he just puts up a freak lap. You know? Man. To be good at video games, boys. To be good at video games. So he spun completely out. I don't know how far back he fell. but he chopped it all the way back down and got in front of me in the last lap. And I want to say every one of my laps floated within like probably 3/4 of a second. That guy's fast. Guy is fast. Crap, man, you had me, but you folded like a cheap tent. Folded like a cheap tent. Well, yes, Trev, right there, whether that's in for last place or first place, that is the racing. That's the only thing I want to do in racing, is to race like that. Let's see. Yeah, so he's got 20. It's weird. So he's close enough to get contact physics, but far enough for it to be netcodey, where like we're not touching on radar, but we're touching. Because I don't even think when we were touching it was red yet. So come on in. You'll be ghosted, Ed. It's, there's like a transition point, like north of 80 ping, where you'll start to become intermittently ghosted, and then there's like a full number where it's like you are completely 100% ghosted and you cannot touch anybody. I don't know what exactly... Sora's told me exactly what it was. Oh, got a delivery I gotta go grab. I'll ready us up. Be right back. Some rig bling. This illuminates the words. This is my heel guard. Bling bling. I think I'm going to install this while you guys qualify. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I make it illuminate lights. That's cool. It binds to the pedal push. That's cool. Distracting as shit, but super cool. Yep. I'm a nerd. I am nerdy nerd. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yup. Yup. That's cool. That's a cool. Dave. I'm such a loser. And I don't care. Do not care. That's cool. I now have a heel stop that illuminates keep racing. Yep, I'm a loser. It's fine. I'm okay with it. Looks bad in the picture, but take my word for it. It's a pointless piece of bling that I've wanted for a while now. And now I have it. What it replaced. Just this boring red one. Let's see. Is there any known issue with calibration, as after calibrating my throttle goes full after halfway press? I'd say something is probably calibrated incorrectly. Because I haven't had an issue calibrating either of my Simagic or, well, the Simagic, the P1000s needed a, I needed to install a file into the game to make them be calibratable. That's a word. Prior to that, they still worked fine. The calibration has done really nothing for the Simagic stuff. Because I can see the needle on my, here, I'll just show you. Can't drive, never mind. I'm sure there is a GT500 mod for AMS2. I'm sure there is. Oh, it's green for throttle. And then this is red for brake. Can bind telemetry to that too? Fancy. Those very fancy. Anyway, where's my preset here? See, like, look. But if you see this gauge here, that's full stop at the bottom. Don't go by the car and the rev limiter. It's just, there's no load on it, so it's going to go to the rev limiter super easy. Yeah, it bottoms out right when I hit the end of it, so... What I get for not qualifying. Oh, come on. Knew it. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bitch. Fuck you. That penalty pissed me off. Anyway, back to chat. Want to see Lamberto false start and then beat the penalty timer? I know he's not in here, but that, yeah. Wait, are you on P1000s? I don't remember. Oh, Lynch, I absolutely need a Bloody Mary right about now. Unfortunately, I don't have any mix. Stuck. I'm stuck. I'll be honest with you, I've only got one race left in me anyway, so... I've already hit my 4 hours, technically. Technically, this should be my last race, but I want to do one more. I want to do my typical sprint around Nords. One-lap sprint. No quali. And then we will be back again tonight. When should I get on? That's the thing. I don't want to get on early if no one's able to play. Because 11 o'clock is my normal time, but Wednesday night, I might, you know, do my earlier thing. What is happening with this same dude? Went back, so... Oh, different dude, so that's fine. Making sure it wasn't the other dude who changed his name. Because right now the blocking doesn't really work. It'll kick them out of the lobby, but it doesn't block them. But I think that's, I think that's addressed in the next patch. I think. But either way, that wasn't the person, so... I think you just have to type it in, @ and then the person, Mags. Try it out. Here you go. Can only do it on PC, not on mobile? Got it. One more reason to get rid of your damn cell phone. I hate phones. It's funny, I love computers and I hate phones. I think mobile... Now, this might be an unpopular opinion. But I think mobile gaming is the death of video games. Well, cloud gaming is probably the ultimate death of video games. But mobile, from a device standpoint, is the death of video game. All right, last race. Why does my name in chat have a hyphen but not on your profile? Are you referring to my YouTube, Slick? That's primarily because a lot of programs, or a lot of things in general, do not allow you to have spaces. So what you're seeing as like my display name, EJR Racing with no hyphen, That is just a display name. However, my account name, you cannot have spaces. So the hyphen is there to take up a space and separate the R and the R. Same with Steam. Driver pass training, he has 2 hyphens to space them out. EJR Racing has a hyphen to space it out because this pulls right from Steam. These guys have underscores, although he has a space. But he's on console, so I don't know how that works exactly. But yeah, YouTube from an actual name point of view, like a not display name, but like account name, you cannot have spaces. It's like it's because it's treated like a URL. Base console is Xbox. Got it. Yeah, it's because the channel name is just a display name. It's not like it's not tied to any link of any URL or anything like that. Sprint race, 1 lap. I know 5 gallons is too much, but I don't care. Yep, this is the last race of the day, folks. A 1-lap sprint. And then I'll be back on tonight. So should I get back on at like 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock? Spam it in chat. 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time or 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time? When should I get back on? Nine o'clock is about 6 hours from now. Nine, you'll be on. 11, you'll be watching. But how long are you going to be on, Sway? You're going to make me get on at 9 to play 1 race and then bounce? Max. Damn it, fucked it up. Got him to get back in the gas too early. Oh no! Did you crash, Eagles? Oh, someone went back to pits. I just felt the stutter. Known bug they're chasing, by the way. If you guys haven't watched the streams and Sora's been in here. Oh, another one threw in the towel. That's two. That's two down. Pulled too much rear wing out of it. I was actually considering going max wing. Experiment with that. That was terrible. That was an awful carousel. That was ugly as sin. I'm running default wing, but I was considering going to max just to see how it handles these turns. If I can get in the throttle a little bit sooner, I'll sacrifice the straightaway. I've had really good luck with the LMDHs maxing out the rear wing on Nords. Kills you in the straights though, but you can really set a real nice pace in these parts of the turns. I can't. I gotta get off slick. I got 7 minutes, and I gotta have lunch with the wife. But I'll get back on at 9. I'll get back on at 9. So 6 hours from now. Do some more lobby shit. I'm probably not gonna do ranked until the next update. Because I want to say ranked is going to get the most benefit out of the next update. So. Hey, 558 from a standing start. That's pretty good. I'm not going to complain about that. That's probably a 555 on a normal rolling start. I'll take that. It's as soon as it can be, Slick. It's as soon as it can be. The process for getting a patch out is annoyingly involved. If it was PC only, I mean, and you didn't have to deal with Xbox and PS5 certifications, probably would have had like 7 patches since 2.0 already. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you guys over to Mets, and when you get sent over to Mets, tell them I sent you. However you want to say that. Say, EJR is a fraud, that guy's a loser, but he sent me over here anyway. Whatever you guys want to say. Whatever you want to say. Setting up the redirect quick. Edit. They really need to make the redirect system a little bit, like, easier to get to. Boom. Boom. All right, folks. That's going to wrap it for me. That's that redirect is all set up, so you're not going to get my super badass outro music. But I will be back on in about 6 hours from now for more. It will redirect you, Fue. You just have to be patient. The redirect takes like minutes. It's not just like an instantaneous like switch over. It really is like Twitch does it a lot better. But it is what it is. So anyway, folks, hope you all have a good time and go do some Chally Wally.